Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to welcome everyone to the fifth series of Future Undergraduate Referendum Workshop, which is the Research Proposal Workshop. For your information, we will focus on research proposal for technical science in this slot. I am Awang Ibrahim, and on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank you for attending our program today. First of all, a housekeeping check for this event. Number one, I would like to ask for your kind cooperation to please mute yourself if you are not speaking. Q&A session will be open at the end of the workshop session. However, feel free to type in your question in the chat box. And most important of all, please enjoy the event and interact with us. Thank you.
東京に住んでなかった。
Assalamualaikum and good morning to our invited speaker, Professor Dr. Rani Sinniah, and all respected participants from Faculty of Agriculture UPN. I am Awang Ibrahim, student of Bachelor's degree of Horticulture Science, and I will be your moderator of the day. On behalf of the Futureu committee, we are pleased to welcome all of you to the fifth series of Future Undergraduate Workshop, Research Proposal Workshop for Technical Science. Before we start off our program today, we would like to kindly notify every attendees and our honorable speaker in this Zoom meeting that this session will be recorded and live streamed via the Faculty of Agriculture, HEPA_Agri YouTube channel. Before we jump into our first session, I will brief a little bit about our tentative of the day. To summarize, we have 3 sessions in total. For session number 1, we will learn the methods and tips on research proposal writing, while literature review and databases will be learned in session 2. The last session will be hands-on and presenting draft proposal. Today, it is our honor to have this great opportunity to invite Prof. Rani. Prof. Rani is from Department of Crop Science, Faculty of Agriculture, and will give a workshop on research proposal for technical science. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's pass the floor to our speaker, Professor Dr. Rani Sinniah.
Right, thank you very much, Awang, for being the moderator today, helping me. And a very good morning to all the participants who have, made your Sunday available to attend this talk. I believe that many of you are in your 3rd year, right, going into what we popularly call as the FYP, your final year project, which every student will go through this. And in this talk,
recording in progress.
In this talk, I would like to actually see if I can walk you all through some of the key elements in proposal. And before we start, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Futureu committee for your hard work in organizing such an important event for the students. Right, allow me to share the screen. Just give me 1 second. I'll do this and then we are good to go. Okay. Awang, can you please confirm that you can see the screen?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. What I'm going to do today is basically take you all through on how to write a research proposal. Now, when you do your final year project for now, maybe later you will be applying for grants, you will be, if you become an agriculture officer or anywhere for that matter, you will be trying to propose something to your bosses, to your funders, right? So learning how to do your FYP the correct way through the proposal will be like the first step for you before you get into more complicated type of proposals. All right. So what is a proposal? Okay, what is it? But before I move on into what is a proposal, why do we need to write a proposal and so on, I've just put a few objectives. These are not your objectives, but it's more my objectives as to why am I giving you this talk or what am I trying to achieve at the end of this talk, okay? But then you will also have to pick up the key points because it's not just me departing the knowledge, right? But you have to grasp or capture that knowledge, right? So you also need to know at the end of the day, what are the key points that you should have learned? All right. So is that kind of clear? I hope so that both of us are on the same page. Yeah. Okay. The first objective is to provide guide to students on what are the basic elements of the proposal. So in your proposal, certain key things must be there. So we will go through these key things in your proposal. Okay. Number two is to establish a problem statement prior to the conduct of a research. Now, whenever we do a research, the research must be based on a sound problem statement. Okay, so what is problem statement? How do you actually write a problem statement is the second take-home message that you need to know. And believe me, whenever we see proposals, it's very difficult for us to actually find the problem statement and identify one. Either the problem statement is not there or it's hidden. It's written in such a complicated way that you actually cannot see where is it. Okay, so that's something important for us to establish. Number three, to provide a potential solution to overcome the problem, right? So you will be learning that we do things step by step. You want to do a research, you need a problem statement. Once your problem statement is clear, you need to suggest a way to try and overcome this problem. So that's why we call it a potential solution. Okay, so
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Oh, sorry. How do I turn this off? I think something is on.
It's all good.
Are you all hearing all kinds of things?
Yes, Prof. Yes, Prof. Is it from you?
No, I'm not talking. I actually have this, like Siri or something turned on, and it just turned by itself. So I hope it doesn't disturb us anymore. Okay, so yeah, so I was telling you that when you have a problem, then basically in a research, we need to provide a solution to the problem. You need to suggest something to say, look, this is the problem and this is how we can try and overcome the problem in order to solve it, right? So what is potential solution? How do you actually describe this potential solution is another take-home message that I'm hoping you will grasp. And finally, to state the objectives in a clear and measurable manner. Right? So once you have the problem, you have the potential solution, then you will come to your objective. Right? How do you actually write your objective, which is clear, but more importantly, one that is measurable, right? Some people will write objectives which is so general that you wonder how can they achieve this objective. All right. So there are some ways to do all these things. So let's move on and see what can we do next. Okay, so what have I put here? What is a research proposal? Now, a research proposal is your plan, right? It's just like when you say, when are you going to propose? Your marriage proposal. When are you going to propose? What does propose mean? Propose simply means your intention of getting married to that person, right? That's why you propose, okay? So similarly, a proposal, a research proposal is your plan, your intention, your commitment towards engaging yourself to something, okay? So what will it describe, right? It will describe many things. A research proposal should have details of your study. It should describe the reason for conducting this study. It should describe the research gaps or the justification for doing the research. Right? So all these things must appear in your proposal. So basically, a research proposal is a contract where you put all your intention in, and once this is agreed upon, then you can proceed and conduct the research, right? Some students, when you're doing your projects and so on, you start immediately. Okay, you start immediately without a proposal. And what is the consequence of that? Basically, you will not be very sure exactly what you are doing. And later on, the chances of finding that there are many loopholes or many places where you did not plan it properly or think it through. Sometimes you need to repeat the experiment because it was not based on a sound understanding, right? I've not so far used the word literature review, right? All of you know this terminology, and many of you are very afraid of that terminology as well. Literature review, right? The reason why you can be afraid of literature review is because you know you have to read a lot. You have to read many, many journals, right? And that's very scary. How do you read all these journals? How do you extract the information? How do you put them together? This can be intimidating sometimes, right? Because of the wealth of the information there is. But literature review is a very important component of a research, because it's only through literature review you can actually do this. Find your research gaps, right? Only through literature review you can find your research gaps. And when you know what are your research gaps, then you can justify your study, right? So let's move on. Let me see, what do I have? Okay, this is already the framework. Yeah. So I'm just going to go back one, because I also want to tell you that research proposal actually is also very important. I remember I used the term, it's a contract, right? Many people will evaluate your proposal. For example, if you're trying to get a grant, okay, let's say you're trying to get a grant from the Ministry of Agriculture. So the first step in getting this grant is you need to write a proposal. Now, this proposal will be evaluated. Just like for your FYP, at the moment, you might be engaging with your supervisor, trying to develop the research proposal, and you will have a presentation session, right? Where you need to present it, it will be evaluated, and finally, it will be approved. Now, once approved, this document becomes a contract. Okay, so it safeguards both the student as well as the supervisor in your case, the FYP case. Once you've done it, it's been agreed. If the student do not fulfill what they propose and what they said they will do, this will become a, how do you say, it will become a way for the supervisor to grade you, evaluate you, right? How can you get a good grade when you said, I will do A, B, C, and then you only did A? Okay, so it's very clear when you propose, this is what is expected of you. As long as you fulfill, right, with the help of your research team, of your supervisor, the job is done. And it also safeguards the student, right? because you don't, in case you have someone, suddenly your supervisor said, hey, I don't like this. I want you to change this to something else. Or you say, you know, I want you to add on 3 more hybrids to your experiment. In the proposal, we agreed you are going to work on 3 hybrids, right? Suddenly, somewhere in the middle, me being a supervisor, for whatever reason, I tell you, okay, Jesse, I want you to work with 10 hybrids, right? So this to avoid all these problems, both from the supervisor as well as the student perspective, the proposal serves as a contract. Okay, you agree upon something that you can do reasonable, and once it's approved, then you just follow and finish up your project. Okay, right. If you all have any questions, right, I'm okay to take it anytime. Perhaps you can just put it in the chat box, and the moderator can help to read it out. Okay. I don't want you to get bored by just listening to me talking. It'll be nice if you have some questions, and we'll take it from there. Okay, so let's move on to some other things on here.
Recording stopped.
Right, I don't know why it says recording stopped. So the Jawatan Kuasa, the
Recording
committee,
in progress.
take note. Yeah. Okay. Now your proposal describes your proposed plan of work, right? I think I told you this very clearly many times. Now, what else is there in your proposed plan of work, right? So some of the key questions that you need to ask yourself is what you intend to study. Okay, these are key questions, very, very key questions that you need to ask yourself, what you intend to study. Okay, now then this will also cover the scope and research questions. All right, so that's one question, what you intend to study. Now next, why this topic needs to be studied, the significance, right? Now, I've supervised students for nearly 25 years now. And every time, that's how old I am. Awang, I see you nodding, but you can work my age out from that statement, okay? So basically, students, FYP students, they come, right? They come and then they say, oh, I want to do this study, right? And for those of you who are familiar with me, I will ask why you want to study this topic. Then you see there's a pause, there's a panic, right? Why? Oh, I just want to do my final year project. Yes, I know you want to do your final year project, but why you want to study? Simple example. Someone comes and say, I want to study the effect of nitrogen on, let's say, ginger. Okay. So my question will be, why nitrogen? Why ginger? Right? Why nitrogen? Why ginger? Because the student says, I want to study the effect of nitrogen on ginger. So this is how you need to train yourself in coming up with the proposal, by asking those why questions, right? So why ginger? Why nitrogen? Then there is no answer, you know. So maybe they say, oh, ginger very expensive, 1 kilogram is 30 ringgit. Okay, normally I will say, so, right? If ginger is expensive, so how is it related to your nitrogen, right? So all these are the why questions that you need to keep asking, and then you will couple it with literature review. Okay, Then you will couple those with literature review. So at the moment when we say, in that example that I gave you, effect of nitrogen on ginger, we have not asked what is the problem, right? The question is, what is the problem? So you just ask why, right? You just ask why ginger, why nitrogen, right? So now you also couple it with the what question. So what is the problem? Why do you need to look into the nitrogen? What is the problem that you are trying to solve? Okay, so see, that's how you ask the questions, what, why, right? So as long as you keep asking these questions, you will be very clear on why you are actually doing what you are doing. Okay, now how you intend to study your topic, right? Only when your what and why, the what number one, why number two is done, then you will be looking at the how, right? So if you have decided on your what you call your problem statement, and now you need to plant your ginger. Okay, so you will be looking at issues like how you intend to study. For example, do you want to plant your ginger in the field? Do you want to plant your ginger in greenhouses? Do you want to use conventional method? Do you want to use fertigation method? Now, all these are the how question. Okay, only when you know your problem, you understand what you are trying to do, then you need to decide what method or what system will be able to help you answer your problem, right? Or help you solve your problem. Understand? Okay. When will you complete this work? Now, this is timeline. Very often, this is referred to as Gantt chart. I think you all are familiar with the term Gantt chart. So if you're doing your final year proposal, normally at the end, a Gantt chart is given, which is the plan of your timeline. Okay, right? And finally, occasionally, this is not compulsory. Where will you conduct this work, right? That can also go into the proposal to clearly state where exactly will you conduct the work. Okay, now, Awang, is there any questions?
Yes, Prof. There are question from the audience.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it says, what if we alter the plan when we're redoing FYPB and we get both approval from our supervisor and us? Would it affect our agreement?
What if we alter the plan when we redoing FYPB? Would it affect our agreement? Okay, now, right, let me see, put the chat by the side. Very good question. Look, when you have a plan is something that you agree upon. It is a contract, correct? But I have actually, let me see if I just move one slide next. Okay, here. This one, okay? This slide, it actually designed to answer that question. So whoever asked that question, you are very alert. Right. Now, understand that the proposal will be negotiated. Be prepared to revise. Think of the proposal as an introduction to your thesis and project. But I'm looking for one particular statement here that I have. Right here. Remember that the proposal is not a compulsory contract. Okay, it's not a compulsory contract. Now, that is the terminology that is used to answer that question, exactly that question. How can I give you an example? For example, I am in Serdang, UPM, and I want to go to Kuala Lumpur. Okay, so I've actually given you a plan on how I am going to reach Kuala Lumpur. So I'm telling myself, okay, on this date, at this time, I'm going to drive my car and I'm going to take the Sungai Besi Highway in order for me to reach KLCC at 10 a.m. Okay, so that's the proposal. That's my plan. All right, my plan is to leave UPM at 8 a.m., driving my car, blah, blah, and then to get to KLCC by 10. All right, now I start off at 8 a.m., I leave UPM, and then I get to, let's say I just pass the UPM toll, and then suddenly I have a puncture. Okay, or maybe let's make it a little bit more dramatic. I have a total engine failure, right? That means my car cannot be driven for the day. Okay, but I still need to try and get to KLCC, right? My time is 10 o'clock. I could be a little delayed, but I still have to get there. All right, because it's just like you have to submit your thesis at a certain time, so you plan for it. Sometimes there's a slight delay, but you don't have a choice, you still have to get there. All right, so now I need to find some other method. I don't know, maybe I will walk to KLCC, or I will call Azwin and say, can you please send me there, or whatever. But the point is, I am replanning, I am troubleshooting, and I'm trying to change things in order to reach my target. Okay, so that's exactly what this means. Remember that a proposal is not a compulsory contract, but usually you do not, you do not say, okay, I don't want to go to KLCC, I want to go to Johor. And that is not allowed. If that analogy makes sense to you, right? So all I am doing, I'm replanning. I'm still going to KLCC. I'm still targeting to reach there at 10 a.m., except that I am not driving my car anymore, but I am using some other method. Okay, so sometimes you will see that you keep planting a certain plant, right? You try 3-4 times, and for some reason the seed just doesn't germinate. So you will discuss with your supervisor and say, is it okay for me not to use plant A because my seeds are not germinating? I'm going to change to plant B, right? With perhaps similar problems, similar issues, so that you can fit into the system. Understand? Right? So the person who asked the question, are you okay with the answer?
Yes, thank you, Prof.
Okay. Right. So understand that the proposal will be negotiated, be prepared to revise. So once you do your proposal, you will also be presenting it, right? When you present, there will be other lecturers, there will be other students, and they will question you. They will be asking, why are you doing this research? What is your problem statement, right? And sometimes they will tell you, maybe you shouldn't do it like this, you should change it to this, and so on. So when suggestions are given, either by your supervisory committee or by other lecturers during the presentation, then you will have to revise, right? Even in research grants, is the same thing, not only at your level, even at my level, when we put in research proposal, it will be negotiated. They will ask why this, why not that, right? And finally, you've got to fine tune your proposal. Okay, think of proposal as an introduction to your thesis or project, right? So the proposal is very important because it is a plan on what to do. once you follow your plan, usually the thesis is straightforward. Because if your plan is correct, right, then the thesis is the result of the plan, right? Of course, there are methods to write, you need to analyze your data and so on. But if your foundation, your understanding, your problem statement, what you want to do, all this are clear, then it's very easy to go to the next level, execute and report. All right, next, remember that your proposal is not intended to limit idea, but to help think practically. Okay, so you need some how do you say, important sort of ideas, right? These are your key points, right? And then from those key points, you can expand, right? You can expand. You need to know very clearly what is your direction, what must be done, and then the rest is bonus. You can add on and improve further, right? Talk to your supervisor, academic advisor. Maybe I should have put this as the title of the slide, right? Many students do not meet their supervisor or academic advisor, right? Sometimes you are allocated a supervisor, and then the supervisor will be trying to find the student, you know. Hi, Awang, do you know that I'm your supervisor? When are you coming to meet me, right? So it should be the student must be proactive and meet your supervisor very frequently, right? This will prevent any errors, repeats. If you keep discussing, right, you can solve a lot of problems, issues, right? And be prepared to answer questions. That means don't go and say, what project should I do? You know, expecting your supervisor to tell you what to do, right? It's your project. Remember, this is your proposal, this is your project, this is your thesis, so you have to be proactive. Okay, next. Now, these are parts of a proposal. Okay, these are all parts of a proposal where you have things like title, introduction or background, problem statement, you have purpose or rationale, or some people call it justification, right? Which is why you want to do this research, why is it important, objectives, and then you have the hypothesis, right? So these are the key things. And then in order to support these key things, right, you have the literature review, and then through literature review, you will also find a suitable method. Okay, the suitable method is also found through doing a literature search. Then finally, the plan of work, references, those are minor elements. Okay, so let's look at title. Okay, remember that there are many rules to a title, but I may have mixed between a thesis title and a proposal title, but hopefully y'all are able to separate those two, right? When we write a thesis title or a title for a journal article that you want to publish, we normally do this right at the end. We don't write a title in the beginning, or rather your final title doesn't happen in the beginning. Okay, but you will need a running title or a guide, right? A simplified title, because only when you have title, you will then find keywords or important terms, right? Like just now we had something where we said effect of nitrogen on ginger. So if I'm looking for something with that title, I got two key things. One is ginger, but more important than ginger is the nitrogen. Okay, so running title or simple title will help you provide keywords for you to search, right, for your literature review and to progress to the next level from there. Okay, but a final title, usually we will fine tune and write it at the end of the thesis. Okay, once you are done, then finally you relook again. Okay, write the title after you have written your paper and abstract. Okay, so be clear, right? Don't send a proposal without a title and then go and say, no, Prof. Umar actually told us only to write the title after we finish the thesis. You will be in great trouble. So in your proposal, you need a title. Okay, you need a title. And after you have written the proposal, you can fine tune your title. But I'm talking about when you finish the whole study, right? Then you can relook and fine tune your title to make it more reflective of the content. Okay, include all your paper's essential terms. Okay, include all your paper's essential terms. Keep it short and to the point, right? Less than 16 words or fewer. So this again, you need to check. Different universities, different journals have different requirements, but most of them will tell you that your title cannot be more than 16 or 15, let's put it, more cannot be more than 15 words. And some even tell you cannot be more than 50 characters. So even in your words, you cannot have more than too many characters. Okay, so general guideline about 15 words. So if we look at what we did just now, the effects of nitrogen on ginger. Okay, so that's 6, right? But that title is very incomplete. You know, what aspect of on ginger are you looking at? Right? That title is not a good title, okay? Although I'm just using it as a discussion point, it's not a good title because it doesn't tell you, number one, we have not sorted out what is the problem. When you do nitrogen, nitrogen can affect many things in ginger. So you need to be specific. So perhaps if we fine tune, we say the effects of nitrogen fertilization on growth and development of ginger rhizomes. Now it becomes 11, but your title is a bit more clear. You're looking at the growth and development of rhizome. Okay. When you say effect of nitrogen, what are you looking at? Are you looking at the rate of nitrogen? Are you looking at the time of application? Right? So these will become part of your title, the effect of nitrogen rates, okay? Or the effect of time of nitrogen application on, right? Do you see what I'm trying to say? How you fine tune and you know, that will depend on your problem statement, right? Is your problem statement about nitrogen rate? Is your problem statement about time of application? So based on the problem statement, you will then coin the title to clearly reflect. People shouldn't ask question. People shouldn't ask question, effect of nitrogen, what aspect of nitrogen, right? On ginger, which part of the ginger? The leaf, the stem, the rhizome? See, when there are questions, then it's not a clear title. Okay, so avoid using jargon or abbreviations, right? Don't use complicated terminologies. Okay, most of the journals, when we review, they actually ask you one very critical question. Does the title reflect the content of the article? It's a very, very critical question, right? So be very sure, right? That is the reason I say write your title at the end, right? Because the title must reflect the content. So in case there are changes or there are things happening in your content, you will then cover it in the title at the end. Okay, use keywords that closely relate to the content of your paper, right? Now, keyword is another thing. I will come to that. Never use a period at the end of your title. Your title will not have a full stop, okay? Right? Now, I'll just cover this a little bit. Keywords. Have you all heard of this terminology, keywords? Yes, you always see this in a journal and so on. Towards the end, there is also the term keywords, and then you write a few things, right? So just remember keywords. I will talk about it maybe in session 2. Okay, for now, we go ahead. Okay, I'm just removing this face bar. All right, title. It is the first thing that journal editors and reviewers see when they look at your paper, and the only piece of information that fellow researchers will see in a database or search engine query. Okay, so what does this mean? The title actually is the first thing that you see. For example, if I tell you search about nitrogen and ginger, when you do a search, what you actually get is a list of articles telling you the title, correct? It'll tell you the title. So title is the first thing that someone sees. And then from the title, you decide, am I going to read this journal or am I not going to read this? Okay, so that is why your title is very important, and it must have all the critical elements to describe the content of your paper to attract audience to come in and read your article. Okay. All right, let's move on. Answer some basic questions. I hope you all can see this. It seems like a little bit on the small font, but I'll walk you through. Answer some basic questions about your thesis. So before you do your title, you ask some questions, right? I won't spend too much time on this, but I'll just go through very quickly. Okay, what is my paper about? Is it about, okay, what is my paper? I've put the answers for you. What is my paper about? All right. So here, let's say I'm taking an example. It is about how the type of hormone influenced the content of secondary metabolites in leaves. Okay. So this is something that I want to do. So I put there, my paper is about how the type of hormone influence the content of secondary metabolites in leaves. Okay, of course, you can also say what leaves, right? Okay, maybe you say in ginger, but in this study, I'm using Kachep Fatima. Okay, now what methods, techniques did I use to perform the study? Okay, so a greenhouse with controlled carbon dioxide was used to conduct the experiment. Now that's my answer to that question. What was the subject matter plant used and the age of the plants? Okay, so I studied the quantity of secondary metabolites present in Kacip Fatima plants of the age 3 months old. Okay, now what were the results? There was an improvement in quantity of secondary metabolite with hormone application, right? So your 4 questions here, so you write down the answer to these questions, right? Now, once done, what you can do next is you try to put all those answers in a form that you can collate all those things. Okay, so whatever you see here is what I took from this slide, right? The answer here, I have put it there. And from here, I am now trying to write a statement. Okay, I'm writing a statement. This study applied 3 types of hormone on Kacip Fatima plants of 3 months old planted in a greenhouse with controlled carbon dioxide to observe the changes in secondary metabolite content. Okay, see, this whole thing can be your title, but obviously it is too long. But this is based on the questions. And when you read this, it's very clear, right? 3 types of hormone were used, what plant, Kacip Fatima, how old was the plant, 3 months old, where was it planted, greenhouse, right? And what did they do? They observed the changes in secondary metabolite. So you see, everything that you did in this study has been put in words, right? But obviously it's long. So now you have to remove all the unwanted terminologies and fine tune the title. Okay, so that is how you do it. Okay, as an example, I have given the long one. You can go back now and look at how you can shorten it to 15 words by removing all the unnecessary terms, right? Like this study applied, you can remove this. Okay, so you can replace it with another word, influence of hormone types on Kacip Fatima, you know, like that, shorten it and make it comprehensive. All right, so title can come in 3 formats. So this is, it can be declarative, it can be descriptive, or it can be, there are 3, idea of the paper. They can state the main result or idea, which is declarative. Alternatively, they can indicate the subject covered, which is descriptive. Or the third is open question. Nowadays, you see sometimes the title is, can COVID-19 be prevented by hiding under the bed? Okay, that is a question. So if I run and hide under the bed, can I escape from COVID-19? Okay, so that is a question-based title, right? Which is, if you see here, sparingly used. That means very seldom used. Your thesis title, we never use number 3. We always use either declarative or descriptive. Most of the time, the descriptive type. Effect of something on something. Okay. Right. Is there any questions? Not.
No, Prof. So far so good.
All right. Now, this is just an example, okay, of incorrect, correct, how a long title can be made into a nice and sweet one. I can share the slides with you all later. I will pass it to the organizers. Then some of the pages you can read at your own time, okay? Now we move on to introduction. Okay, what do I include in the introduction of a research paper? Right, so this is very, very important. Everybody writes an introduction. Is your introduction correct? Does it, what main topics should it cover? Now, the introduction, being the first part of your proposal, must provide the readers with a clear understanding of what you plan to do, right? Very important. And believe me, like I said, I have students who come and say, okay, I want to study about like what I say, hormone in Kacip Fatima. Okay, the effect of hormone in secondary metabolite changes in Kacip Fatima. They will have 3 pages of introduction. 2.5 page will be talking about Kacip Fatima. Half a page will talk about secondary metabolite. Okay, and this is a very bad introduction. Okay, it should be the other way around. The most is only 1 page allocated to Kacip Fatima and 2 pages must be allocated to the other 2 component of that title. The other 2 component is hormone, number 2, phytochemicals. Okay, we are looking at the example that I showed just now, right? Effect of hormones on phytochemical changes or secondary metabolite changes in Kacip Fatima. Okay, so Kacip Fatima should be little more on the hormone and the secondary metabolite. All right, but usually students write the other way around. Okay, they will say Kacip Fatima very good for this, very good for that, all kinds of stories. You take it, you will be strong. All stories, how much in the world, what is the price, all these stories will be there, but there will be very little on the secondary metabolite and how hormone can actually help. Okay, so keep in mind, you have to be clear what is your problem, what are you trying to solve, and your introduction must be tailored to trying to solve that problem or to highlight the problem. Okay, so here it must provide the reader with a clear understanding. The introduction must set context for your research by mentioning what is known about the topic and what needs to be explored further. Okay, now in the introduction, you can highlight how your research will contribute to the existing knowledge in the field and to overall scientific development. Okay, so if I take that hormone example, right, I will do a literature search and then I find that hormone actually changes the or increases the amount of phytochemical or secondary metabolites. Okay, so I will be citing this. Who actually did a research on this and found positive effect? Okay, then if that person already found and has a positive effect, right? Why are we repeating? So we need to tell that person did this in another crop, not in Kacip Fatima, and it works. So my study will be trying to look at how hormones which work in other plants can also help in Kacip Fatima. Okay, so you have a gap there. The gap is the type of plant. Okay, there is positive response in other plants. Therefore, we think that if we can do it in Kacip Fatima, then it will actually provide us with a better content of secondary metabolite. Okay, there are many, many different ways of trying to find research gap. Okay, so we will see that slightly later. Now, the introduction must also contain a hypothesis that led to the development of the research design, right? You can come up with this hypothesis by asking yourself questions like, there are some questions that you can ask in order to develop hypothesis. What is the central research problem? What is the topic of study related to that problem? what methods should be used to analyze the research problem, etc., etc. Right? So based on some of these questions, you can write your hypothesis. The hypothesis will actually test, right? Will test your theory and will help you to achieve or answer your objective. All right. So later on, there is a specific slide for hypothesis. So for now, I will just move on. Now, the main elements, right? The main elements, what you have here, opening sentence, statement of a problem. We are still in like introduction part, which covers many things. You have opening statement, statement of problem, current knowledge about the topic, gap in knowledge. See, this keeps coming, gap. Once you know the gap, gap is also your problem statement. Okay, another word for gap is problem statement. So once you know the gap, then you will try and find potential ways, right, to solve the problem, and that will lead you to objective and hypothesis. Right? So all these components will be there. So if you do your presentation for proposal, you will have opening statement, which is your introduction, which contains the statement of problem. What do we know so far? What we do not know. Therefore, what should we do? Right? And how do we test our theory? Okay. All right. Okay. Next. This is a study from one of my FYP student who went on also to do MSc, right? But anyway, okay, let's look at opening statements. Example, opening statements are very important because you need to attract interest. Okay, the opening sentence must be an interest-grabbing sentence. It must quickly grab attention, interest, that immediately establishes the relevance of the paper. Why is this study important? Right? So if I want to attract your attention, right? For example, I'm saying this, Safed muesli, scientifically known as Chlorophytum boryllivianum, is a member of the family Liliaceae. Okay, it is commonly known as Tongkat India in Malaysia due to its potential as an alternative to Viagra, particularly as it is in the natural form and not in the chemical form. Now, the tubers are referred to as white gold due to its price, which can reach up to USD 200 per kilo. Right? Now, if I make this statement as my opening statement, is it interest grabbing? Any of you interested?
Yes, doctor.
No.
No? Okay, who said no?
Esther.
Why was it not interest grabbing?
For me, somehow it's like too general, and we can get it from. Hello.
Yes, I'm listening.
For me, I don't know because I'm still not too pro in this, but for me, it's like too general, and actually we can get it from internet.
Yes, you can get this information from anywhere, but there are many things that becomes a starting. It's just an opening sentence, right? It's just an opening sentence to actually attract people's attention to, okay, do you know what Safed muesli? Have you heard of this crop before? Have you heard of it before?
No.
No. See, that's what I'm trying to say, right? You are trying to introduce or say something where people can look at it and say, what is this, right? Sounds interesting, okay? In terms of what crop is this, right? Why should I work on this? Okay, so you find a few things here. Number one, it is called Tongkat India. See, first of all, you've never heard what is Safit muesli, right? So you don't know the scientific name, doesn't matter. You got one word here, Safit muesli. Then it is commonly known as Tongkat India. So in Malaysia, all of us know Tongkat Ali. Okay, so again, this term can be interest grabbing. That means you suddenly think Tongkat India, oh, I only know Tongkat Ali, right? So if Tongkat, it must be related to something, right? Due to its potential as alternative to Viagra. Okay, now Viagra is chemical based, but if you use this, which is the Tongkat India, it is natural based. Okay, and the tubers are referred to as white gold because the price is very, very high. So this is just an opening statement to introduce the crop. Like when I said earlier, if you are looking at effect of nitrogen on ginger, right? Why ginger? Okay, so you are giving an opening statement to say that ginger has a lot of potential and we should work on ginger so that, you know, you can improve something because the price is good and so on, right? But it's just an attention grabbing. This has got nothing to do with the problem statement. We haven't gone into that. Basically here, you are just looking at what crop and how you can just feel that, oh, interesting. I don't know about this crop. So you make the audience listen, right? You make the audience want to read your proposal or follow through the proposal. Okay, then you go into the issue. Okay, then you go into the issue. What is the issue? Okay, you told me Safit muesli, interesting, white gold, expensive, right? And has potential to replace Viagra, right? So what? What is the issue, right? What's wrong with the crop as it is and so on. So this is where you look for the problem statement, okay? Issues with the crop, okay? So this crop, upon tuber germination, growth and development occur only for about 3 months, following which the above ground parts will undergo senescence, leaving the tubers underground for another 6 months before the tubers can be harvested. Okay, now this statement is not a general internet statement, right? Totally agree. The first slide is an opening statement just to grab attention. That information, you can get it readily. Okay, this one is technical, the issue, right? So this plant, it will only grow for 3 months, okay, following which the above ground parts will undergo senescence. That means above ground, the leaf all will die, leaving the tubers underground for another 6 months before the tubers can be harvested. So you see the problem, you make a batas, you make a bed, you plant the tuber, it will germinate. After germinate, it will grow nicely for 3 months. After that, the top part will die. The bottom part will remain underground for another 6 months before you can harvest it. Okay, so this contributes to difficulty in farm management and reduces land use efficiency. Okay, So if people look at the land, nothing on top, perhaps full-grown grass, right? Because the tubers are safe below ground, okay? And also we don't know whether it is really safe or not. We know it's supposed to be there. We have no idea whether it is safe or not. Okay, so you see in this scenario, there's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of problems, a lot of issues, right? So you can pick on something that you want to work on. Okay, present background information only when needed. The detailed version will be in the literature review. So in your introduction, do not give too much detailed information. Okay, those detailed information will come in literature review. Okay, so based on this issue that I mentioned, right? So we are proposing a what you call so what statement, right? Therefore, an alternative method for tuber maturation must be established to prevent tuber loss to pest and disease and to increase land use efficiency. Okay, now, do you understand if, for example, I am giving a proposal presentation and I'm explaining to you in the form that I explained, right? This is the crop has got potential for this and that. And this is the issue. The issue is we are talking about tuber maturation underground, where we do not know what is happening. And number two, land use also is waste of land, right? Because everything above ground is not utilized, and therefore we need to look for an alternative method for tuber maturation. Okay, does it make sense to y'all in terms of the flow, as in how you identify the issue and how you sort of say, this is what I want to try and do to solve this problem or to provide a solution? Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Let's move on, right? So you need the knowledge gap, yeah? So this knowledge gap, some people say it's like a jigsaw puzzle, right? It's like a jigsaw puzzle. You need to know what is known and you need to find what is not known, the knowledge gap, okay? So from there, you do what is necessary. Okay, here, this is more detailed to explain the scenario that I gave you just now. Okay, this pictures actually says, the question here is, what specific issues does this study raise that has not been observed or questioned in other literature? Okay, so we are talking about what is the knowledge gap. Okay, what we know and what we don't know. Okay, so if you look at this scenario, right, this is tuber at 150 days, 180 days, 210 days, 270 days. Now, this is the time when it remains underground and there is no above ground material. Okay, so based on literature, we found out that no changes in number of tubers, in diameter, and in length. So whether you take it out at 150, you dig it out at 180, you dig it out at 210, or you dig it out at 270, no changes in number of tubers, no changes in diameter, and no changes in length. Okay, so now we know this. We know this, and what we notice here is only tuber maturation is occurring based on the color of the skin. Okay, so what is happening underground is tuber maturation, not tuber growth and development. It's not tuber growth and development, it's only tuber maturation. That means in the first 3 months, the plant already have the complete growth and development. Okay, so this is what is known. Okay, so what is not known, what are we trying to ask is this: can tuber maturation occur artificially? Right, that is what we are trying to ask. You leave it in the field underground for 6 months, right? Can we dig it out after 3 months and mature the tubers artificially, because there is no change in all this? We only want maturation to occur, right? So all this information you will only be able to get if you are looking at literature review, reading, understanding, trying to see what is the specific issue and how you can now ask the critical question. So in this study, my critical question is this: can tuber maturation occur artificially? Okay, right? So let's move on. Objectives, right? So the objective of the paper defines what you seek to accomplish. Provide a rationale for why you choose this objective. Okay, for example, you can start like this: the purpose of this study, right? So after explaining to you the scenario, what would be my objective, right? The purpose of this study is to establish a method for artificial maturation of sulfate muesli tubers using appropriate media, right? Perhaps this is my objective, right? Or what I seek to accomplish. So I am trying to establish a method to artificially mature the tubers. Okay, based on all the justification that I have given you. Now, if I were to give this as a proposal to you and explain it to you like this, would you fund me, Jessie?
Yes, of course, doctor.
Of course.
Because
What
it's
about
you.
the others? I know you like me very much, so you're going to say yes, of course. What about others?
Of course, doctor.
Right? Okay. I don't need any funding from you all, but my point is that is how you present it so that it is clear. This is the issue. This is the problem. This is how I want to approach, right? So in fact, the artificial media can be like cocoa peat, it can be perlite, it can be vermiculite, all those media that you can just put in a rack. You just put media, put the immature tubers in, and then you arrange it on a rack, right? Instead of you plant it in the field and keep it there. Harvesting also will be easier. Okay, right. So I hope you get the idea. It is not anything else but to get the idea how you systematically write the proposal so that it's very clear and whoever reads this has no question. Clear. Okay. Now, finally, the hypothesis. Okay. The hypothesis must link to the objective, because the objective will be accomplished by testing the hypothesis. Okay, in order to accomplish your objective, you test your hypothesis. Okay, so the hypothesis is your prediction of what you think the answer to your question will be. Okay, it is a prediction of what you think the answer to your question will be. So in this example, how do I hypothesize? I hypothesize that if I place immature tubers of sulfate muesli in adequately moist perlite, tuber maturation will occur. Okay. Can you see the relation now? Right? I will use my hypothesis to test my objective. Okay, so I hypothesize that if I place the immature tuber of sulfate muesli in moist, you can replace this with media if you are trying different types of media, right? But in this case, I'm just going to try one. So I'm saying my variability here will be adequately moist perlite. So I use one media only, perlite, but I may test 10% moisture, 20% moisture, 30% moisture, because my hypothesis is adequately moist perlite. Okay, so from here, I predict that if the perlite is adequately moist, tuber maturation will occur artificially, right? So using this hypothesis, I will test my objective and so on. And then it is a clear story. Whatever I get, I will just report. It may not work. It may not work. It's just a hypothesis. It's a theory, right? For your theory to work, you test it out. That's all you are doing. You test out your theory. And then you tell, yes, yay, my theory worked, right? Or you say, unfortunately, right, it did not happen. It doesn't matter what your result at the end, right? But your principle, your literature search, your proposal, your foundation, all is good, clear, right? Okay, so summary for objective and the introduction and all those parts, right? Gosh, give me a second. It just, I've lost it. No, I haven't stopped sharing. I just did not have this. Okay, so flow of objectives. So basically you identify the knowledge, you explain, right? Why, okay, needs to be filled, summarize how the study attempts to fill the gap. Okay, identify the knowledge gap, explain why it needs to be filled, and summarize how the study attempts to fill that gap. Okay. Right, I think for that part, okay, for that section, that's all I have in that slide. So I think we can use the next 15-20 minutes for Q&A. I'm sure you all have a lot of things to ask. Go on then.
Morning, Doctor.
Yes.
So I would like to ask if for the objective, is there a minimum numbers of the objective that we need to list out?
Okay, good question. Usually it depends. You can either have one or you can have more, depending on how many things you are testing. And usually, each time you write an objective, you need to kind of accompany it with an experiment to test that objective. Okay. Some people actually give a general objective and then they have specific objectives. Okay. So at a master's level, we normally expect 2 objectives at least. At a PhD level, we expect 3, right? Undergraduate level, 1 is sufficient, but very often 2 is given, right? Very often 2 is given. So, yep, you can put like the example I gave you just now, right? I have a general objective. My objective is to establish an artificial maturation through using media and so on. So to get to that objective, I can have 2 specific objectives. So my first specific objective is the effect of different types of artificial media on tuber maturation. That's one objective. And then at the end of that study, I find that perlite is the best, right? Then I have objective number 2, effect of perlite moisture content on tuber maturation. So it's the same study, right? But I'm combining two things, type of media and the moisture. So you can then give it a 2 objective. Okay. Sometimes students use parameters as your objective, and that is wrong. Okay. Remember, that is not the correct way to write. What do I mean by parameter is this. For example, you have effect of nitrogen, right? So you have effect of nitrogen on growth and development, let's say. So they will split it, effect of nitrogen on physical growth. All right. And then physical growth means plant height, leaf area, those kind of things. Okay. And then objective number 2 will be effect of nitrogen on physiological growth. All right. Physiological means photosynthetic rate, those kind of things. But actually, you only did one experiment, and your physical and physiological are your parameters, the type of measurement. So some students like to split based on parameters, and that is actually not the best way to write an objective. All right. Okay.
All right. Got it, Doctor. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the question. Prof, there one question in the chat box, and it sounds like, how should we differentiate general and specific objective?
Okay. All right, I see it here too. Now, general objective is the overall target. Okay, let me give you a simple example. A plant tissue culture project. Okay, so I have, let's say, the crop that I shared with you, Safed muesli, and I want to do tissue culture for the production of planting material. Okay, so my general objective will be to establish a micro propagation protocol for plantlet production in Safed muesli. Okay, my general objective to establish a protocol for micro propagation of Safed muesli. Okay, but when I go and do to establish a protocol, right, I need to do establish protocol for shoot development. I need to establish protocol for root induction, right? So my specific objective will be effect of, let's say, cytokinin on shoot multiplication. The next objective, specific objective, will be effect of auxin on root induction. So when I put all these together, I will achieve my general objective, which is to produce a plantlet, right? With shoot and root, but I cannot do it together. I need to do step by step. So the step by step is your specific objective. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Any other questions?
Doctor, I have a question.
Yes.
So among all of the important parts, for example, objective, hypothesis, and all of it, so which one, I mean, like, how do we approach while we are trying to start up a research proposal? Because for a student like myself, I'm curious on it. Which part of it should I be more focused on? And then perhaps from there, we can further develop a method and things like that. Which one do you think is the most crucial part of it among all of those topics?
Okay. the most crucial, if you ask me, will be the research gap. Okay, that is very crucial. I think a lot of time I find that this is lacking in the sense that you want to do a project, but you don't know why are you doing the project. Okay, you're not very clear why is it needed. And the why is it needed is the gap. That means there is something which is not clear or which is not perfect that we want to optimize, we want to make it better. Okay, so the research gap or the knowledge gap is very, very important, right? So it can be in the example that I was giving, like let's say now plant tissue culture. So Safed muesli, the expensive thing is the tuber. What is expensive is the tuber. Okay. How do you grow this plant? You grow it using the tubers. Okay. So the tuber got two roles. One is as planting material. Role number two is for the secondary metabolite, for extraction for medicinal purposes. Okay, so if, for example, we can produce it using tissue culture, then we do not utilize the tuber for planting. You can sell that tuber and make money, right? So this becomes a problem, right? Planting material of Safed muesli is a problem because you want to reduce the utilization of the tubers as planting material. Okay, so how can I find an alternative to this? So then my problem statement is what I just said, planting material of Safed muesli, right? So what is your potential solution? Your potential solution will be, for example, you propose plant tissue culture, micropropagation as your potential solution. I call it potential solution. Maybe this crop cannot be tissue culture, maybe, but from our knowledge, we know all crops can be tissue culture, easy or difficult, right? So the potential solution is by using plant tissue culture. We're going to try and use tissue culture and see whether we can get plantlet. Okay, so if you go back to my very first slide on objective, you will already see what are your critical things that you need to know. Number one is your problem statement. Number two is your potential solution. Number three is your objective. So once you have potential solution, then you will coin your objective using your potential solution. Like in the Safed muesli, my potential solution was to use artificial media. Okay, so I have my problem. The problem is it takes too long to mature in the field and it's underground, so we don't know what is happening. So alternatively, if we can mature it artificially, it will be a better option. It will solve some problem. Okay, so artificial maturation, how? By using the artificial medium such as perlite and so on. Okay, so my objective now is to study the effect of perlite on tuber maturation. See, the objective comes automatically because your problem is clear, your potential solution is clear. So in the Safed muesli example, maybe you say you don't want to tissue culture. Maybe you say you want to do stem cutting, right? You want to do stem cutting. So that becomes your problem. Your potential solution. Okay, that becomes your potential solution. So now you need to read all your literature about stem cutting. Don't read about tissue culture. But if your potential solution is tissue culture, don't go and read literature review on stem cutting. Go and read on tissue culture. Right? So problem statement, potential solution, then your objective to test whether your potential solution okay or not okay. Will it work or will it not work? Okay.
All right.
Okay,
So,
Doctor.
There's
all
a
right,
long
thank you.
question here.
Yes, there are a question, Prof, in the chat box. It says, I would like to ask, is the differences of location and year of research carried out a considered research gap? For example, there is a study about rabies in Sarawak, but the published paper one did mention briefly in Selangor in the year of 2009. But the data is not complete and detailed. So it is considered as a research gap right there. And is it practical and critical to the research on the rabies in Selangor in year of 2022?
Okay, very interesting. Very difficult question as well. I think the question is from Jessie. Okay, now talking about location and year, right? Whether it is considered a research gap, my answer to that is yes and no. All right. When you say location, you have to prove that location influences the issue. Okay, you cannot just say, oh, he studied in Selangor, I'm going to study in Perak, right? Because the audience will ask you, what is the difference between Selangor and Perak? Okay, so that is why I say yes and no. All right, it definitely can be a research gap, particularly if you're looking at location and the location has a geographical, not just geographical, but climatic differences. For example, you say in Sabah or Sarawak or wherever, what is the condition in relation to rabies? You know, so you are going to say rabies in Sarawak is like this, but then Sarawak is a dry area. However, based on literature, it was reported that the development of rabies is enhanced under rainy condition or wet condition. Okay, then you have a research gap. Very clear. Okay, then from there you say, therefore, my study compares or studies on the effect of the location, but you have to define your location with what is it that will be related to rabies. Okay, otherwise it becomes, when the why question is asked, your answer is not scientific. This is quite common among the students. No one has done it yet. Oh, previously the study was done in Sarawak. Okay, many times you get this. It's not wrong, but you need to scientifically justify. Otherwise, you are wasting resources. Somebody has already done it in Sarawak. There is complete answer to that problem. Why do you want to repeat? How will you advance science if you keep repeating what has been done? Right? So look at research as going up the stairs. Literature review to see where you are. Then you take the next step. Okay? Then you take the next step. We build on what is known. Okay, we build on what is known. So yes, you can use location, you can use year, but even I will ask the question, what's different between last year and this year? So as long as you can use the difference between last year and this year to justify, it's fine. The research is valid. But if you just say last year was 2021, this year is 2022, not acceptable. Right? That's not scientific. Okay, so yes, with justification, and then whatever you have at the bottom, if the data is incomplete, right, that is definitely a reason to move forward with it. Okay, definitely that's a reason to move forward. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? If there is none, we can just take a break and then come back to look at something more
All right.
technical.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for all the questions, and thank you to Prof. Uma for the wonderful sharing. So with that, let's take a break for 30 minutes, and we will meet again later here at 11:05 a.m.
Okay, 11:05, yeah?
Yes, Prof.
All right, thank you. See you all in a while.
Bye.
Thank you, Prof.
Time to set the tone for the rest of the day. So if you're still feeling sleepy, shake it off.
Assalamualaikum, good morning, and welcome back, everyone. Now we are going to dip into the second session, and I would like to pass the floor to our honorable guest, Prof. Umar. The floor is now yours.
All right. Thank you again, Awang. Welcome back to all the participants. I think earlier on we had about 70. Maybe they have just gone out and they will join us back shortly. Okay, let me share my screen and we'll take it from there. All right, can you already see it, Awang? It's good? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, now the second topic that we are going to look at, right? Let me just recap a little bit about what we did in the morning. Now, earlier on, we looked at all the critical parts on what is your title, and then how the title must reflect your content, and then what is your research problem, what is the research gap, how do we justify what we want to do, and all this, right? The potential solution, the problems leading to the objective. And in order to test the objectives, we have hypotheses. But to come up with the potential solution and to know whether it is really a problem, you need to read, right? There are different ways in finding a problem. For example, someone might call you, right? Like for us, we are at this level at UPM, people know that we are research university. So someone might call us and then they will say, look, we have been doing this for 20 years, but we still cannot solve the problem. So the problem has been given to you in a way. But to try and solve the problem, you still have to go back to literature review, right? Sometimes you don't really know the problem clearly, and in order to establish the gaps, you need to read. Only if you read literature, you will know what is already known and what is not known. Okay, so for that reason, basically, literature review is something very important. And what is literature review? A literature review is a survey of scholarly sources on a specific topic. It provides an overview of current knowledge, allowing you to identify relevant theories, methods, and gaps in the existing research. Okay, now writing a literature review involves finding relevant publications such as books and journal articles, critically analyzing them and explaining what you found. Okay, so in literature review, you have to read. When you read, you don't just read, but you critically analyze and then you explain what you found. Okay, many times we find that students, when they do literature review, it is a cut and paste, right? Maybe you rephrase a little bit, but still we do not get this critical analysis. We don't get this. Okay, what we get is a list of statements. That means we are just going to hear people say, Uma said this, Awang said this, Combine all this and it becomes your literature review. Okay, now this is not a good literature review, because a good literature review is where you analyze them. That means you read 10 articles, you pick out the important things that they found. After that, you rewrite the whole thing by yourself in a certain way to show this is what has happened so far. Okay, but I can tell you 99.9% do not do that. Okay, most of them will just look, for example, if you're looking at tissue culture project and then you know you want to look at effect of hormones, so you will just say, according to so and so, the concentration of this hormone will do that, right? So and so found this, so and so found this, right? We accept it at the moment. We don't say that it is wrong, but if you want to write a good literature review, you need to analyze and rewrite that information, right? That means you create a story for what is known, rather than you just take and list what has been done. Okay, but the listing is okay, right? Is okay. At least you are still reviewing and you still find information relevant to what you want to do. Okay, right. Let's just move on and see where we can go with this. Now, 5 key steps, right? The key steps to literature review. Search for relevant literature. Now, this is the first step, right? The first thing you want to do is to search for relevant literature, right? Now, can I ask this question? If you are doing your FYP and you need to search relevant literature, how do you go about it? How do you go about doing this? Anyone? Are you going to chat and tell me the answer in the chat, or you're going to say something?
Google.
You Google. Okay. What about the others?
Prof. Google Scholar.
Okay, Google Scholar. Any other answer? No answer means... Okay. Go on.
Science Direct, Web OPEC, Article Journal, Scholar, Trusted Resources.
Okay. You have used it, or you know people use it?
We have used it.
Okay, good. But generally, I think most of you are a little bit blur also, right? Because I did not quickly get a response to that question. Okay, I see some answers here. Google Scholar, Science Hub, Article Journal, Web OPEC, Science Direct, Okay, right. Okay, some answers are good, some answers are average, right? There's no answer which is not good. Whether your method is efficient, very efficient, less efficient kind of scenario. But two things. Number one, I did not get many responses, which tells me that most of you are probably relatively blur, right? Number two, there are answers, and whether those methods are good or perhaps not the best is another issue, right? But some answers are very good. Okay, so we move on. This is a very important component, searching for relevant literature, right? Number two, once you have searched for the relevant literature, you will evaluate the sources, all right? Evaluate the sources. Now, when you search for relevant literature, right, it's very important that the literature that you find are from legitimate sources. That means the sources are reliable, right? So that's also important. Of course, like when you use Google to search, you are going to get some answers. But are those sources legitimate? Are they really from good sources? Some journals, even when you read it, you will be like thinking to yourself, how come this is so strange? Whatever they did, like it doesn't really make sense to you, right? So we need to look for journals that are of good credibility, okay, of good credibility. And then you have, after you evaluate the sources, so the evaluate can be two things. One is like you have to get it from the right sources, and then after that you evaluate, right? You look through, you identify themes, debates, gaps, right? And then you outline the structure, and finally you write your literature review. Okay, so outline is very important also when you do your literature review, so that you are guided, right? If not, you are not very sure what to do. But in order to outline also, first you still need to read, evaluate, and identify the gaps and so on. And then only you can structure. Okay, let's just move on, and then we see if there are more examples that I can give you. Okay, a good literature review doesn't just summarize sources, it analyzes, synthesizes, and critically evaluates to give a clear picture of the state of knowledge on the subject. All right. So it does not just summarize sources. This is what I told you earlier. Most of us end up just summarizing sources. That means you are not thinking to see what exactly was done and how to relate. That means you don't read paper 1 and paper 2 and look at the connection between paper 1 and paper 2. You go to paper 1, you pick out the important message. You go to paper 2, you pick out the important message. You just put it together. Okay, that is summarizing sources. All right, then you have a better way of writing is to analyze, synthesize, and critically evaluate. But believe me, that is quite difficult, right? To analyze, to synthesize, and to critically evaluate is not easy, but you should learn how to pick this method, particularly if you want to write journal articles. Right? For thesis, we can get away with it, but when you want to write journal articles, that becomes very important. Okay, let's look a little bit on what is the purpose of literature review, right? Now, literature review gives you a chance to demonstrate your familiarity with the topic and scholarly context, right? Based on what you are doing, it actually gives you a knowledge on that topic. Develop a theoretical framework and methodology for your research. Position yourself in relation to other researchers and theories. show how your research addresses a gap or contributes to a debate, right? So you by looking at the literature, you actually know who else in the world is working on the same kind of topics as you. Okay. Later on, we will do a demo kind of thing, and then I will show you what I mean, how you can actually look at the bigger picture through literature review. Okay, for now, you know, in order for you to continue with your thesis, your proposal, to justify your potential solution, you need the literature review to support you. Even the problem, when you say, for example, someone comes and tells me, oil palm seeds has poor germination. Okay, I will ask this question, who told you? Okay, how do you know? Right? I'm not going to believe your statement. So you need to qualify that statement. When you say oil palm seeds have poor germination, you need to qualify that statement. Okay, so you need to put reference, Umarani, Jesse, Awang, right? All these people have done germination with oil palm and they found that it has poor germination, right? In fact, I do not like terminologies like poor, rich, right? Tall, short, okay? Because these are very subjective terminology, right? If I ask you, Awang, to tell me, what is your definition of rich? Can you tell me?
Have a lot of money.
Yeah, a lot of money again is subjective. What is a lot of money? 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. You see my point, right? To a to a person who is in poverty, right? Perhaps someone who has 10,000 ringgit in their savings is rich. But if you already have 50,000 with you, that 10,000 person is poor to you. Okay, so when you say germination is low, right? What is low? 10% germination, 30% germination, 60% germination. For me, 60% is also low, right? I'm a seed technologist. Anything less than 85% is low for me, right? But to the industry, perhaps they can only get 40% for oil palm, and for them, 40% is high, right? So my point is this: avoid using subjective terminologies. Okay, always be very specific based on literature, right? So according to the literature, oil palm germination is less than 30%, qualifying it to be a poor germinator. Okay, then you give in brackets. So it's very clear these different people have actually done a research on oil palm germination, and all of them consistently said it's less than 30% germination. So it could be 20, it could be 10, but the highest you can get is 30%. So it's very clear problem statement supported by literature. Not one literature, but you have to read a few. Just because Awang says I am not pretty, it doesn't mean I am not pretty, right? But if everybody says the same, then I have to accept the fact. Okay, so similarly, when 10 people say germination is low, then that is actually a very strong statement. It's a very strong literature support. Okay, all right. So what was I trying to say? The problem statement, it has to be supported by literature review, right? So for that reason, you need to look into them. Then everything that you do will depend on that. So once you have established, for example, the oil palm seeds have low germination, Then you will ask the question, why is oil palm seed germination low, right? So the why you need to search in the literature again. Okay, you need to search in the literature again. Then you will find in the literature, maybe one article says, because of dormancy. Okay, and now you go into more detail. What is dormancy? How can dormancy of dormancies are there, right? How can you solve dormancy problem? See, it leads you to so many questions, right? So you've got to read all the literature related to that until you come to a point where you know, okay, this is the reason it is dormant, and in order to overcome the dormancy, we need to do scarification, right? Treatment by scarifying the seed. Then you will be asking, how many types of scarification is there? Have people tried it, right? So this is all literature review. All right. So each time you are writing it, then you will quote your reference, right? There are 3 types of scarification method. How do you know? Oh, so and so said, right? That is the reference, right? Now, based on these 3 methods, the best method to scarify is using sulfuric acid, right? Oh, the best method, sulfuric acid. How do you know? Because somebody has done the research and they have reported it. See, so everything that you are saying in relation to your argument, you support it with literature, right? So you need to read a lot. That's why you need to read a lot. And I think one of the things that Hazira wanted me to cover is, how do you actually read a journal article? Okay. I think that is a big question, and it is very, very difficult to teach people how to read, you know, because number one, you must be open-minded enough to even want to read a journal article, right? When you download a journal article, when you look at it, do not panic, because once you panic, you know, then you close your mind already. Then whatever you read is just the words going in front of you, you know. So it's actually very difficult. And if there are very critical articles, you may have to read more than once. Just reading once will not help. Okay, but I will take you through what is the, after you do your search, what is the first step that you do to scout the literature to find the relevant ones. Okay, I will go through that with you, but I cannot teach you how to read, or I cannot force you to read. You have to read, right? You have to keep your mind open, slow, you read it, but at least with some guided method, you are not so stuck. Like when you Google, suddenly come out all kinds of things. Then which one to read? You get lost, right? So how not to be lost, I can walk you through that. Okay, right, let's move on. Okay.
Prof,
Step.
sorry for disturbing.
Yeah.
There's a question in the chat box from JC. So it sounds, is there any minimum numbers of paper we need to review for a research?
Okay. Now, the minimum number, as long as you see, normally they tell you, usually people do not set a minimum number, but you need to have sufficient number. You know, you must have reviewed. And today, I think they are looking at least 50% of your literature has to be in the last 5 years. You know, and not to have too many of the old literatures. Okay, like for undergraduate thesis, we normally look at about 30 to 50. right? At least around 30. So you're looking at higher degrees, then it goes higher, right? And even for journals, the numbers can differ, but the point is it's not the number. You know, you don't list 100 and read things which are not relevant, right? But if you read enough articles that cover, sometimes review articles are very, very good, because review articles they will read 50 literature and summarize it in the review for you, right? So if you get a very, very good review article that actually explains your scenario perfectly and how to move forward, that actually replaces about 10 journal articles. Okay, so it's not just a number game, but a quality, right? But undergraduate levels, we look at least about 30. Okay, right? All right, we'll move on. Now, step 1, search for relevant literature. Now, before you begin searching for literature, you need a clearly defined topic, right? So you do need a topic or a scope, right? So when you go and see your supervisor, you will establish a scope. Sometimes not the topic yet, but scope. Okay. For example, when my student this semester came, the scope was method to optimize extraction of phytochemicals in curcuma. Okay, that's not a title, that's a scope. Okay, the scope is you work with curcuma and you want to identify or try to optimize methods for extraction of phytochemicals. Okay, so now you have terminologies, you have keywords, phytochemicals, extraction method, curcuma. Okay, so I have given the student a scope, and I said based on the scope, you go and do a literature search, okay, to tell me what is the research gap, what is known and what is not known. All right, so the student may have to come back and tell me, actually in curcuma, we can use, or rather you say, the student says, I'm working with one particular curcuma. Okay, let's say curcuma alismatifolia. All right, so the student says in the genus curcuma, lot of people have done extraction, right? But nobody has done any extraction in curcuma alismatifolia. So this is good. Other curcuma people have worked, but in alismatifolia, they have not done the work. Okay, so they can use the method used for other curcuma species and then test it on the alismatifolia, whether the method works for extraction of phytochemicals, right? Or they have to come back with relevant research gap. Okay, you need to find a gap so that you don't repeat what others have done, but you move to the next level. You improve your extraction method. All right. Okay, so if you are writing the literature review section of a dissertation or research paper, you will search for literature related to your research problem and questions. So if you already know your research problem, then it is easier to search. Your search will be more narrow, right? It will be more clearer because you have the problem. But in our case now, we will be looking out for the problem or the gap. Okay, now make a list of keywords, right? Very important that you make a list of keywords so that you are able to search. Right, that is where you start your search. And then start by creating a list of keywords related to your research question. okay, or your problem statement, right? So include each of the key concepts and list any synonyms or related terms, right? What does this mean? For example, when I gave you the Safit muesli example, in just that one slide, I gave you 3 terms. Safit muesli, chlorophytum boryllivianum, tongkat India. Okay, so most people in the title, they will not put the word tongkat India, but these are synonyms, another name for the same crop. Okay, so you can use it in your search keywords. All right, so you can add to this list if you discover new keywords in the process of your literature search. Okay, now what next? Seems like I have an activity. Based on what we have discussed thus far, can you try and do a literature search and give a brief report? What is the time now? Depending on the time, we may or we may not. 11:35, we stop at 12:30. I'll just continue first, okay? I'll just continue first, and then we will see, because I think I haven't covered. I asked you the question, but if I ask you to do this now, it may take about 15-20 minutes, and then we'll be lost. I'll just move on first. The idea of this activity, I will tell you, the idea of this activity is for you to just think of your research and then just do a search based on whatever methods that you know. Okay, and that is what I asked you earlier. I asked you, if you want to do a search, how will you do it? And some of you said Google, some of you said Google Scholar, PubMed, and whatever, right? So basically, if we had done this activity, you will be reporting to me the same thing. I use Google, and this is how I search, and this is what I got. Okay, so we'll just go ahead. Now, academic research databases, all right? The key point with this topic, number one, is how to do a literature search, how to search for articles, right? So let's move on. I have put a number of things, right? Like earlier on, let me just check the chat. There's a few messages. May I know? Okay, hold on. There's a few questions. Which one is this? Minimum number of papers. That is from Jessie. Thanks. Okay, done before. May I ask a question? I might miss the point just now. What point, Ong? I'm not sure. May I know how long should a literature be? And may I have a look at example of a good literature review? This is from Hazira. Okay. May I know how to know if, so many no's in one sentence. May I know how to know if a statement needs literature review to support it? For example, a very common and general statement. Yeah, general statements, you don't need literature, right? General statements you don't need. You need a literature when you are making a point, right? Particularly when you are establishing a problem statement, then you need to support it with literature. Okay, if you are saying statements like plant growth and development is influenced by different types of hormone, this statement doesn't need a reference because they are general, right? Today, we know that there are 5 classes of hormones that play a role in plant growth. Okay, these 5 classes are, you have cytokinin, auxin, abscisic acid, gibberellin, ethylene, right? All these are very general statements. You don't need to, right? But if you say something like kinetin improved or kinetin increased the number of multiple shoot production in something, right? Now, this is a strong statement. You're talking about a very specific hormone, right? And you are talking about a very specific response, increase multiple shoot production. Then you need to have a literature to support. Okay, so only when you have statements that are important. Okay, so that's it. Right. I'm just going to go back to this question, right? Now, I put this activity simply to tell you that many of you may not know that for you to start your research, for you to do a journal search, there are many tools out there that you can utilize, right? And these are normally called the databases, academic research databases, right? Some of the academic research database was mentioned by some of your colleagues. Well done to those who are already aware. For example, Google Scholar, you mentioned that, and then there was PubMed, right? And a few others, right? But having said that, some databases are good and they are, we use the word curated. A simpler word will be audited. Okay, that means whatever database is just a collection of information, right? Anybody can collect. So I can decide now to collect information from all the 63 students who are in this audience today, right? But then I do not know whether all 63 are relevant, right? So I can actually curate my data a little bit and say, I am only going to keep databases of all the 6th semester student, right? And I audit to see whether really these students are all in the 6th semester. They are not cheating me. They are not from 5th semester and joining. Okay, so that's the difference. Google Scholar is a database, but Google Scholar is not curated. Okay, it is not curated, or in other words, not audited. All right, it's just a collection of databases, right? Okay, so you need to look for good databases which are curated databases. It doesn't mean you cannot use Google Scholar. Okay, there's a lot of information in there. So one of the main ones that we use is Scopus. How many of you are aware of Scopus as a form of database? I'm going to look in the chat for your answers. Okay. So far, I haven't seen a yes. Interesting. Okay. So far, whoever typed, I have not seen a yes from never heard. Okay. That's even more interesting. Well done. Okay. That's good. That's good. So I'm saying it's good because at least today you're going to learn something, right? So that's why it's good. Now, Scopus is one of the 2 big commercial bibliographic databases that cover scholarly literature from almost any discipline. So databases, some databases are very specific to medicine, to engineering, right? Scopus is one which is multidisciplinary, okay? And it is one of the biggest databases. All right. And Scopus has got free as well as subscription. Okay. So the free, you can search, but your search will be limited. If it is subscribed, then you get to do a lot more things with Scopus. Okay, so you see here a lot of information, right? But these numbers will change. Don't quote me for that information. Just to give you a do you know statement, every day, 10,000 new entry goes into Scopus on a daily basis, right? That means new journal article, new book chapters, right? On a daily basis, 10,000 new entries go into Scopus. So whatever numbers we put here will change on a daily basis, right? So don't quote the numbers, but basically it's a very huge collection of information. Okay, so access option, limited free preview, full access by institutional subscription only. All right. Now, some of you said you've never even heard of Scopus. So if I ask you the next question, do you know if UPM is a subscriber or not? Right? It will be a far-fetched question, right? Anyway, the answer is yes. Okay. In Malaysia, the Ministry of Higher Education, they pay a subscription for all the 21 public universities in Malaysia, right? So as long as you are a public university student, you get access to Scopus, but you must log in through your UPM ID. Okay, later on we will do some hands-on on this. All right. Okay, so Scopus is one. Number two, Web of Science. I think someone mentioned this. This is the second biggest, right? Web of Science is second biggest, also known as Web of Knowledge, is the second big bibliographic database. Usually academic institutions provide either access to Web of Science on Scopus on their campus network, either one, either Web of Science or Scopus, right? Usually you don't pick both, either one, because they are both equally big, right? Covers large number. So here you see 1.4, I think earlier it was 1.7 billion, something like that, okay? So the providers are different. You have access options, right? This one, institutional subscription only. So you cannot, through Google, just go into Web of Science, right? You need institutional subscription. Okay, PubMed. Now, someone mentioned this, which means you have been using PubMed. So well done. And this, the discipline is medicine and biological sciences. Okay, so this is limited. Okay, this is limited, not all kind of areas. And this one, you see, access option is free, right? That is one of the reasons when you use Google, Google takes you into PubMed, right? So PubMed is more known in that sense because it is a free access database, right? Science Direct, someone mentioned this also. Again, if you look at this coverage, approximately 16 million items compared to Scopus, which is a lot bigger. And then this is also multidisciplinary and it's free. Okay, so when it is free, it's easier for you to join these databases through your Google. When you first go into Google and you search, it may direct you to Science Direct. Okay, and then you have this directory of open access journals. Again, this is free, right? you know what to do, what I'm trying to say, and the other one is gesture. Okay, so this one is also free. Okay, now there are many databases. There are many that you can access for free, right? The only difference is from where you are. What you have been doing is you have been going into Google, and then if you are lucky, Google takes you into Gesture, and then from there you actually continue. But you are not using the database to do your search. Basically, you're not using the database. You're using Google to take you to Gesture articles, to PubMed articles, and so on. Okay. And if you have to pick and choose today, I will recommend Scopus, because university is paying for it. Ministry is paying for you to utilize the largest collection of database. Why don't you use it? Right? Somebody is paying for us to utilize that database. So we should, on that basis, I'm proposing that from now on, if you want to do a search for your research articles and so on, then you use Scopus. Okay, search using the database. You can use Boolean operators to help narrow down your search, where you use and, or, not. How many of you do search where you use and, or not? Even your basic Google search. Do you? Yes or no? Okay. Not me. No, most of you have said no. Okay, right? So you can actually use this and to find sources that contains more than one keyword, right? Like, for example, sulfate muesli and tuber maturation. Okay, sulfate muesli and tuber maturation. Okay, so these are my two keywords for the example that I gave you this morning, the crop and the related to tuber maturation. Or here, or to find sources that contain one of a range of synonyms, sulfate muesli or chlorophytum borevillianum or tongkat India, right? As long as they use any one of these, right, give me. Because here, maybe if they didn't use the word, maybe they use tongkat India and tuber maturation, right? They did not use sulfate muesli, it will not appear. Okay, it will not appear. But if I do this, then all synonyms, it will search and it will give you the results. You can use not to exclude results containing certain terms. For example, apple, not fruit, right? You know, apple can be a fruit or apple can be a brand, right? Depending on what you want to do. Maybe you want apple fruit, you Google, what comes out is Apple iPhone, Apple computer, Apple iPad. You don't want that, right? So you can narrow down your searches by using the Boolean operators, which is and, or not. Okay. And this is very useful when you are actually within the database, right? For you to move to the next level. Now read the abstract to find out whether an article is related to your question, relevant to your question. When you find a useful book or article, check the bibliography to find other relevant sources. Okay, let me see what I have next. So I'm going into, let me show you how to do a search. Okay. If you want, you can actually do it together so that you are not too bored. Are you all okay? Are you all bored? Are you all tired?
Okay,
No response to that. No response means you are not tired, you are not bored. Tell me whether you can actually see the screen in full screen. Can you see the
Yes,
screen? Okay,
Yes,
good.
Prof.
Right. Now, what I'm doing is this. I have just typed scopus.com, right? And then it's supposed to search, right? It will take you to this page. Okay, so I am not using Google to search for my research article, but I'm searching using Scopus, which is one of the database. All right, so I'm in here now, and it tells me whether I need to check access, right? So I'm going to check Scopus access. This simply means I'm checking whether UPM is a member of Scopus. Does UPM pay subscription? Okay, so I'm going to put here access through University Putra Malaysia, and I am going to log in. So you use your UPM login ID, yeah, your student login ID. Okay, so once you log in, right, it simply says that UPM is a member. So I'm inside Scopus, and here it says brought to you by University Putra Malaysia. All right, so here you can do a search. Okay, you can do a search. We are already on the search menu. Okay, we can do a search, and you can actually do your search. Either search for document, search for authors, or you can search for affiliation, right? Affiliation means which organization you are attached to. So if people are looking for agriculture related information, they can straight away go into affiliation, type University Putra Malaysia, and something will come out. Okay, so we can do that step by step. Let's look at this one. I want to search for document, and I'm already in the document page, right? So here, search within. You can actually go and search by all these things. Okay, but default, if you know the ISSN or whatever, you can search, limit your search, but default is normally this: search by article title, abstract, and keywords. Okay, most people would use this. Now search for document. Now what can I put here? For example, I am going to put Safed muesli. Okay, I put Safed muesli, and I am going to say search. All right, so it searches in Scopus database, and what it tells me is this: there are 80 documents, right, which actually mentions the word Safed muesli. Okay, that is what it is telling me. Okay, now I'm going to show you another example. I go back to search. I don't want to search Safed muesli. Okay, I'm going to search now COVID-19. Everybody is paranoid about COVID-19, right? So I'm going to search COVID-19, enter, search. Okay, right. Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see?
Yes.
Yes, Doctor.
Right? Okay. How are you going to read 295,000 documents based on your search? Right? So this is what happens when I search for Safed muesli is very specific. So actually not many people work on Safed muesli. Okay, so it's a good thing to work. Okay, let's go back to search, and maybe this time I won't use COVID-19. Let's use an agriculture example, oil palm. Okay, my keyword, all I'm doing now is I'm putting the word oil palm. Now I get 31,000. Okay, which means my search is not very effective, right? My search is not very effective. There's too many terms. So we go back and then we search. Tell me something. Oil palm and tell me something.
Watermelon.
No, you cannot search two crops like that. Then instead of 30,000, okay, let me put watermelon. Okay, just to show you what happened. It's a very bad keyword, Jesse, but never mind. 11 documents. I'm surprised, right? I'm surprised. So this must be some funny things that comes out, right? But this is not a good search because you do not narrow. You actually are looking at totally different things. So let's say oil palm and fertilizer. Okay, fertilizer. That means we are looking at, for example, effect of nitrogen on oil palm. So if you do this, then from the 30,000 that we had just now, right? You have narrowed to 786. See how you use your end to narrow down your search. Okay, so from here you can actually go and do a lot more things, because you're going to tell me 786 is actually too much, right? It's too much. So you have on this side here, you have many ways that you can search. For example, I'm going to say I only want references from 2022, and this information here also relates to your search. From the 786 documents, right, you will see 336 are open access. Okay, do you know what is open access? Do you all know what is open access? Don't know? Right?
Not
Okay,
sure.
everyone can read the open access.
Yes, everyone can read. Okay. See, the conventional way how journals operate is journal will produce the journal, right? The whole volume of the journal. And then they sell subscription to universities, companies, etc. So university will subscribe to the journal, and only people who subscribe can read the articles, right? In open access, it is the other way around. If let's say I am publishing in an open access journal, I pay upfront for all of you to read that article. That means the author will pay upfront. Okay, that's why you see some open access journal, for you to publish, they charge you 8,000 ringgit, 10,000 ringgit. Basically, the author pays to allow more people to read their article. Right? So open access simply means the author pays for everybody to read the article for free. Okay, so out of this 700 something, 336 are open access, and then you have all these other categories. Even I'm not very sure. I'm not a advanced Google user, right? But I use it enough for me to get away. So you can, for example, click out of the 786, I only want the open access. What's the point of listing all the journal that I cannot read, right? For example. But remember, UPM subscribe to many things. So don't limit yourself to the open access, because through UPM subscription, you can actually get access to many other journals. Okay. But for the purpose of demo, I'm just saying, I'm going to limit to open access. I'm going to limit to only 2022, but you see a lot of numbers are given here, right? 90 papers in 2021, 74 papers in 2018, the rest are older. Okay, So I can perhaps say, I only want the latest information. I'm not bothered what happened 2-3 years ago. I only want 2022 or maybe end 2021. Okay, so I'm limiting my stuff. You can even choose author name, but I wouldn't do that. Perhaps I will pick subject area, agriculture and biological sciences, right? So I'm limiting, I've done all this, right? So now I press limit to, see, from 786, I've limited my search to 28 documents only. Okay, just by click, I've limited. I haven't even exhausted. I haven't used or I haven't used other keywords. Okay, so you can actually play around, and then from here, then you say 28 reasonable. Remember, I was saying for an undergraduate, you need about 30. So 28 is a nice number for you to kind of start and look at what is going to happen. Okay, so from here, you will look at this title, Effects of Liming on Soil Properties and its Roles in Increasing the Productivity and Profitability of the Oil Palm Industry in Malaysia. Okay, so your very first thing that come out or pop out in a search is the title. This is why in the morning, I told you title is very, very important. Okay, because the first thing that a person sees when they search is your title. Okay, so if your title actually uses all the correct words, the chances for your paper to be picked up is very, very high. Okay, so from here, next, you will go into the paper, right? So once you click and you go in, usually it gives you the abstract, right? Remember all this yellow term, right, is my keyword search. Just now I used 2 words. I use oil palm and I use fertilizer. Okay. So it highlights all the words that I search. All right. So from here, this is where your literature review starts. Okay. So you will read the abstract and then you will now decide, is this paper relevant? Maybe you are saying, I'm not working on liming. I'm only working on nitrogen. Okay, so this paper is not relevant. It simply means you do not, you did not use a specific keyword to search. So you may want to go back to your search, right? And do this now. Forget about fertilizer, but oil palm and nitrogen. Okay, you want to perhaps redo your search because if you use fertilizer, all kinds of things come, right? So now you see you've got 1,453 documents. So you need to narrow this down to whatever you want to search for. Okay. Once you have a reasonable number, I don't know, all kinds of things are coming because like this production of human milk fat substitute. So it's too general, your search. Okay, too general. Maybe you should go now here and say nitrogen fertilizer. Okay, nitrogen fertilizer. So if you do nitrogen fertilizer, I typed it wrong. That's why I put there fertilizer. That's why it came out as 0. So nitrogen fertilizer. Okay, so if you search, you've got 186 document. Makes more sense, right? So from here you narrow and then you look up for details. Let's say you go into this article, whatever article that is. From here, you can actually get a lot of information other than the abstract. You read the abstract, you will decide, is this relevant or not relevant, right? Now, I recommend students to do a table, right? To do a table where you have your title and the title of the paper, whatever paper you are reading, the title, the objective, the treatments, or what did they do and what did they get. Okay, so every paper you can do that. That is after you see whether the paper is relevant or not. Okay, if it is irrelevant, then you can remove it off your list, right? You can remove it. You just stick to what is relevant. Okay, now assuming this particular paper you see is very relevant, right? Then you can see actually on the right hand side, okay, you see related document. Okay, you see related document. That means you had 128 papers or you have 30 papers, and out of that 30 papers, you found 5 papers to be very, very relevant to what you are looking at. You go into the paper, you can look at the abstract, see how relevant it is, but then the database will also give you all the other papers that are very closely related to this one particular paper. Okay, so from one reference, you are actually expanding to other reference that are closely related, right? So from here, you can actually go into this development of soil nitrogen estimation system, right? Remember, you are looking at nitrogen fertilization. Then you tell, actually, I don't know how to detect nitrogen, right? So perhaps this article might be able to help. So that's how you move on into further details to narrow down your search into something, right? So from here, you will get later on a list of, I want to go back to the search. Now, once I have done a search, probably I will be able to, okay, let me go back to this one and I enter, I get this. Now I can actually select all the papers that I want. Okay, paper 1, useful. Paper 2, no, it's about maize performance. Paper 3, oil palm, okay, I want it. Paper 4, 5, I'm not interested. Paper 6, I'm interested. Okay, once you pick the papers that you want, then you can actually go and save, right? You can save, you can download, you can export. You first go and test out the system, right? You can actually export it into Mendeley. I don't know whether you all use Mendeley. Do you? Or you have heard about it? Okay, I check the chat. If anyone is saying anything, yes, yes. Okay, when it is yes, yes, I'm happy. So basically, Ong, I don't know, you are forever, never heard, never used for everything. Okay. Anyway, you hear, and after this, you will use many things, Ong. All right. So you can actually export it into Mendeley. If you are familiar with Mendeley, you use this system to select the good papers that you want. And then from here, you send it to Mendeley. And then inside Mendeley, you can make notes, you can annotate, you can highlight, you can use your sticky notes. Whatever table that I'm asking you to make, you can actually make it in Mendeley. Okay, right. So that's, at least I've shown you some basic. Now, whatever you see in Scopus, right, you can also similarly see it in other databases. They may just have a little bit of a different navigation system, but it can also give you the similar stuff. You can actually go here and sort, right? Here, if you sort, for example, you say cited by highest, okay? So I'm looking for papers, and I'm looking for papers that many people have cited on the topic of oil palm and fertilizer. So this particular paper has been cited 166 times. It means this must be quite an important paper. Or this one, yield gaps in oil palm, a quantitative review of contributing factor, right? Cited many times. So looks like this is a very good paper for you to get an overall view about what is happening on yield gaps in oil palm. So your job was to talk about fertilizer, right? Nitrogen fertilizer. Why do we give fertilizer? Because we want to improve yield, right? So since this is talking about yield gaps, it could be a good paper. So you can sort by many things here, right? So learn how to navigate the database or the software, then you can actually do all kinds of things with it. Okay, now let me just go back to search. Just to show you, you can also do a author search or affiliation search. Okay, so you can actually go affiliations, and then let me put University Putra Malaysia. I put UPM, and then you see a lot of statistics on UPM coming up. Okay, a lot of statistics, right? How many articles? So in agriculture and biological science, UPM has published 11,366 articles, right? So you can get a lot of statistics here, and many things that if you are interested to know such things. Or you can search by author, and you can actually link document to author, author to affiliation. It is cross accessible, right? You can cross access it. Okay, let's say Safed Muesli, and I'm just going to put Safed Muesli first. Okay, so if I put Safed Muesli, you will see only 80 documents are coming out, right? Can I narrow this down based on what I want to study, right? Safed Muesli and tuber maturation, for example. So when I do this, no results. Okay, that's not good. Let's use something else, just tuber. Maybe tuber maturation is too detailed. So there are 21 documents. Okay, so from this documents, you are going to search, you search. You see many things. You can also see the authors here, right? And let's say we are getting this article, right? Something to do with tuber weight, cutting on growth yield, and so on. And here you actually see, right, the authors. Okay, you see the authors here. So from here, you can get a lot of information, whether people are actually citing, how many people have viewed this article. So you can actually go and search for Umarani. This is one of my paper. So I'm going to search, and then it actually links up with a lot of things here. it tells you what are all the other things that relates to the author and so on. Okay, so you can do all kinds of search, okay, depending on what you would like to do. Okay, right. Now I need to go out of this. Any questions?
Yes, Prof.
Yep, go on.
There are questions in the chat box from Kangesh Warren. He says, "Hi doctor, what do we have to do if certain topic have very few research studies or literature reviews? So in this case, how can we prove our research is relevant?"
Okay, very good question. Very good question. You have to go back to your keywords, right? Remember, we were talking about all the different things, keywords that we looked at. The reason why you get very, very low responses is because maybe you limit your search, right? You limit your search. For example, if I limit my search to something like this, we try, okay? Curcuma alismatifolia search, okay? Let's just try Curcuma alismatifolia. So when I'm doing this kind of search, you see you get 95, right? And then I need to narrow this, and I'm going to narrow this to Curcuma alismatifolia and something that I'm working on, and tissue culture and micropropagation, because my study is about micropropagation, right? So now if I search, it becomes 2 documents, right? Only 2. And your thesis is about micropropagation of Curcuma alismatifolia. Okay, that's why you use those 2 keywords, right? Curcuma alismatifolia, micropropagation. And then you come up with just 2 documents. So you say, oh, how do I write my literature review? The good news is, since not many people work on Curcuma alismatifolia micropropagation, you have a very good opportunity to publish your article. Okay, because very few people work on this. So whatever you do will be new information in the world. Okay, that is the good news. But what you need to do now is to broaden your scope of search. Don't put alismatifolia, delete alismatifolia. You move to the next level. Just now, I use species, right? Curcuma alismatifolia is a species. So I am now moving to a broader scope of the genus. Genus Curcuma and micropropagation. So if I search now, see, I'm getting 58 documents on micropropagation of Curcuma. Okay, that's what you do. If you cannot get data for Curcuma alismatifolia, you just use Curcuma and look for information on what has been done within the genus. And you use that because they are related, right? So Curcuma alismatifolia will be related to Curcuma, I don't know, Curcuma zyodaria or something like that. They will be very related. So you can actually use that as your search query. Or if Curcuma still yielded very low, then from the genus, you move to the family. Curcuma belongs to the family Zingiberaceae, right? So you use Curcuma and Zingiberaceae and micropropagation. Those are your keywords, and from there you will get sufficient references for you to start your work. Okay, right. Any more questions?
So far, no, Prof.
So far, so good. Okay, right. So we can actually just go to Google Scholar, right? Google Scholar is, you've already seen it. Google Scholar can also allow you to search. Okay, this one, when I type Google Scholar, because it is free, you don't need subscription. It doesn't tell you use your institution and so on. So I can go in here and also search, for example, sulfate muesli, chlorophytum, borivilianum, and I will also get information, right? Which you can export also to whatever. But Scopus is a bigger one. All these that you see here, you will also see it in Scopus, and you'll be able to do a lot more in the Scopus as you do in Google Scholar. But it is totally not wrong to use Google Scholar or any other databases that I shared with you earlier, just PubMed, Science Direct. You can actually use any of those. Okay, but don't use Google as your search engine or your search to start, because Google will give you a lot of like newspaper article, blogs, discussion, and all these are not peer reviewed. We want peer reviewed. That means experts have read through these articles and they think this is legitimate, this is good, the experiment has been conducted properly, so on, so forth, right? But like this, I am searching through Google Scholar. That means from Google, I search for Google Scholar, and then I use Google Scholar as my search engine, right? Which I understand today, many of you did not do that. Many of you just use your first layer, which is Google, to do your search. Okay, so that is something that you learn today. So similar to Google Scopus, you can now also open this, right? Here also they have some search limitations. You can limit your search based on some of the things that you can see here, but automatically you see in Scopus, there were many, many more things that you could see by the side, right? To limit your search. So you can go into this, right? And you can actually have your abstract, right? And beyond abstract, you cannot, because it says by the article, right? But check first whether UPM has subscription, which means if I am within UPM, very often I can access to many of these articles, okay, through the UPM subscription. But again, you can still get the abstract, you can read the abstract, you can summarize the abstract, and do whatever else that we did, okay? Anything else that you want to open? So some of it, usually another way for you to see is this. If you look at the word PDF here, right? Most often, if you go into this article, you can actually get a full PDF of the article. Okay. If it doesn't say PDF, you click, you will have access to the abstract, and then from there, you will see whether you can or you cannot actually download it based on whether your organization has subscription to it or not. Right. Right. Done. That's Google Scholar. Okay. Now, I'm going to stop there, right? I'm going to stop there. I think we have, I'll just summarize, right? What have we done today? Now, first of all, you need to look into your problem statement. You need to know your scope, right? Otherwise, you cannot even begin your search. So your scope, I have given you many examples. For example, your scope is oil palm and nitrogen fertilizer. For example, your scope is sulfate muesli and tuber maturation. For example, your scope is curcuma and micro propagation, right? So you must know, okay, my project is about micro propagation. My project is within this genus or with this crop. So only when you have a scope, right, which you establish after talking to your supervisor, then you will come and do a search. So in order to do the search today, you learn that there are some databases, right? There are some databases, Scopus being one of the very good one that can give you a lot of good information. You've also learned hands-on, just now we tried it, right? How to narrow your scope, okay? Your scope can be very big. You can get hundreds of papers, you can narrow, and then from there, you can identify papers that are very relevant to you from your search, but you can also go to individual papers, link it to the related papers, right, on the site. And by using all these ways, you can actually get about 30 papers that are very relevant to what you want to do, right? And then those 30 papers you must scout through, you must read through. Don't read the whole paper, read the abstract. Read the abstract and make that table that I told you: title, objective, what were the treatments, and what were the findings, right? So for example, if you are doing micropropagation curcuma, and then you find that 20 out of the 30 papers says that we do not, for example, auxins are not useful for shoot production. So you already know, do not repeat the mistake of adding auxin to your treatment in order to look at the same thing, because so many people say it's not effective already. Okay, so you will justify by saying hormones play a role in micropropagation. However, for shoot production, auxins have been deemed unnecessary, or auxins have been deemed to be ineffective, right? Cite all those papers. Remember, you did a table and the results: auxin not good, auxin not good, cytokinin good. So once you make this table, you use that table in your argument. Oh, hormones are good, but then not auxin. It is cytokinin that actually is helpful, right? So your table now serves as your argument for the literature. So that also is something that I meant by critical synthesizing. Not read one paper, cut, paste, right? Do a summary, and then from there, you also know which paper said what. You can keep track. So in case needed, you can go back to that paper and refer further, read more detail of their findings. But the abstract should tell you, okay, the abstract should tell you what did they do and what did they get, right? If you want, we can do a search together. But if you think you are okay, right, in the afternoon, I want to do more hands-on, right? No point in me talking. I think you've already learned quite a few things today, right? Are you able to utilize what you learned to come up with a simple proposal to show that this information is useful and it has helped you to narrow your search and get to your objective, for example? Okay, right. Okay. Any questions before we call it a day for the morning session? And then
Yes,
we
Prof,
will
there are
meet in the
questions in the
afternoon.
chat box.
Okay.
The first question is from Jessie. The question is, do you mind to share, is there any website that you can retrieve latest statistics related to agriculture, such as number of cow farm or area of oil palm planted in Malaysia in 2019?
Okay. Now, I don't think there is a straightforward website that gives you across the discipline. But there is something, if you go to Department of Statistics Malaysia, for example, they compile all the statistics on a yearly basis, based on crops, based on the animals, and so on. So you need to go into Department of Statistics Malaysia, and they actually compile statistics on a yearly basis for all the different sectors. Okay, any more?
There's another question, Prof, from Hazira. The question is, Prof, may I have a look at example of a good literature review? As I have read few literature, but they are slightly different from each other.
Literature review will depend on your whole concept, right? It will depend on your whole concept. How do I show you? Hazira, you may have to come and see me personally. It's very difficult for me to now give you a good literature review. This morning, I actually went through with you how you actually do an opening remark, opening statement. From the opening statement, you go into the issue, potential solution, objective, hypothesis. I did that with the Safed Muesli scenario step by step. Okay. The next thing now you will ask me how to put that. Okay, we understand, we see the flow, nice. How do I convert that 5 or 6 slide into a 3 to 4 page write-up of introduction? Okay, so that is first step. Now you have to go into the literature review and justify everything that you have said in the introduction. Okay, so at this point, I cannot actually share anything with you. I didn't pick that out. What will be the best method for me to share with you? It will also depend on your own problem, right? Like, for example, if now I give you one on the Safed Muesli, you are not working on Safed Muesli, then you cannot relate to that literature review. Okay, but a good literature review should have subheadings, right? Which relate to the problem that we were talking about. Like if I take the example of the Safed Muesli and tuber maturation, I would probably start my literature review with the botany of Safed Muesli. Okay, that's where I start, the botany of Safed Muesli. And then botany of Safed Muesli will include, for example, origin, right? Where did Safed Muesli originate from? And then the what kind of plant it is, right? The life cycle of this plant. Because remember, I was telling you the plant, only 3 months have material on top. After 3 months, basically the plant is topless. Okay, nothing on top, everything below. Okay, so in order for someone to understand the nature of the plant, you need to talk about the life cycle of the plant and what happens. Okay, then only people can understand, oh, this is the reason, this is what is happening. And then you have to explain about the tuberization. right? Sulfate muesli, tuberization. What happens to the tuber and so on. Then you go into artificial media. What type of artificial media is there? How the artificial media relates to your crop. Okay, because in this tuber maturation, we don't want too much water. If there is too much water, it will rot, because it's not like a normal plant that you do, like when you do soilless culture, right? You want the media to hold water, and then your plant will take the water. There is transpiration and so on. In this case, there is no transpiration. If there is too much of moisture in the media, it will cause your tuber to rot, right? So you will be discussing all these things in your literature review, right? Leading to which media is the most suitable for the case. Okay, so it's just not media, but you have to link to so many issues. And then when you have a suitable media, like just now I kept talking about perlite, right? I want to look at perlite and the suitable appropriate moisture in perlite. So I have to build the argument in the literature review. Why peat moss is not suitable? Why cocoa peat is not suitable? Leading to why perlite is my choice. So when I go to my methodology, when I say I'm using perlite, people already know from the literature review why I choose perlite. No need to ask any more questions because it's been answered in the literature review. Okay, so the same with the micropropagation, right? When you read all your literature, you have your boxes. Auxin cancel, zeatin cancel, this cancel, good one is this, tick, tick, tick. So I will make an argument in my literature review why I am choosing a particular hormone for multiplication of the plant. Because you cannot do everything. So you start big, hormone, and then you narrow down to which hormone you think is most effective as a potential problem solver to your problem. Right? So you lead your reader, right, to whatever you have picked. Okay. So that one done. Share any website done. Retrieve late done. A good literature review done. I've at least explained to you what you can do. Following up with Jessie's question, yet sometimes DOSM also did not provide the latest data. Okay, how can I help with that, Ong? I am not a staff of DOSM. So usually now DOSM data is very reliable, right? It's very reliable. They may be a little bit slow, but you can, for example, if you are doing research in 2022, right? It's okay to refer to statistics of 2020, right? It's okay. It's very difficult to get a 2022, but usually you can get a 2021, right? If not, another option will be to go to the respective departments. For example, you can go to DOF, Department of Fisheries, DOA, Department of Agriculture, DVS, Department of Veterinary Science for specific statistics based on what you want, right? In their websites, they should have some. Okay, but I will still recommend DOSM, although it may be a little bit not up to date, but it is solid statistics, very reliable statistics. The only thing sometimes I notice, right, some students give statistics which is 25 years old. Okay, so I wonder how, where and how. I think this is because they use another person's reference, and then they cut and paste from that person and just put it there and didn't even actually check that the statistics is so old. So don't do that. That means you read my journal article which was published in 2012, for example, and in 2012 I actually used 2010 statistics to say something. Okay, for example, I say the price of Safed muesli is 10 USD. But today the price is already 200 USD. So don't refer to what I said in 2012 as your benchmark, right? This happens because students read one journal and then they take from that journal and paste it, right? Then it becomes not so realistic anymore. Okay, another one is a reference that 1963. So when my student does that, I ask, were you even born in that year, right? Then they said no. And then did you actually read that article? No. Then how come it's in your literature review, right? So obviously they've taken it from somewhere else. Okay, cut and paste from somebody else. So those are the things that you need to be cautious about. Okay, what to do if we found literature that's very relatable to our study but we can't access it? The ultimate will be you can go to UPM library and request, right, to purchase it. Okay, that is the worst case scenario. It's actually very seldom that you get UPM library subscription is very, very good actually. You should be able to access most of the relevant articles. If not, you go to library customer service and ask them, what are the options? I want this one, and then I can't access through UPM subscription. So they will advise you. Sometimes they can search and then they can link to, for example, University Malaya Library, and through University Malaya Library, they can access it for you, right? But the worst case scenario is you can buy it. If it is so important to you, it is so critical to you, then you need to invest a little bit. Through the library we can purchase, right? If it is so important, get your supervisor to purchase it for you. Okay, so that is the answer to that question. Worst case scenario, you purchase, right? But you can actually get it through other means. Okay, anything else from y'all for now? No? You cannot hear me, is it? Or
No question, Prof.
am I having you cannot hear
No,
me?
no. Yes, we can hear you.
Can.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right. Okay. All right. So if there's nothing else, perhaps I will pass it over to the moderator. And then in the afternoon, let's do some hands-on with some of you who are in your final year or in your third year, semester 6, to perhaps you can tell me what is your project about. Then we can try to look for the literature. then maybe you can coin your title, your problem statement, and things like that. And we can see if you are in the right direction. And by discussing a few cases, others can learn as well. Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. Over to you, Awang.
All right. Thank you everyone for the question. And also thank you, Prof. Umar, for the wonderful sharing. So with that, let's take a break and we will meet again later here at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. See you later, Prof.
Yes, Prof. Thank
Okay,
you.
see you all later.
Recording stopped.